Verity Crawley over in 29 and 30 with their front four, as well as down on 17 and 18. Make that 15-16, Andrew Suscriba on the front four. So after taking a look at both the final numbers from A squad and B squad as they sit coming in, we took a look at everything combined and sort by average. Right now 24th place is a 204.96 average, but the number everybody's looking at is that 36th place. That's your cash cut, 202.94. So as it sits right now, Maria Jose Rodriguez is in. She is at 202.96. Again, 36th place right now is a 202.94 average. Which is about plus 70, give or take. Maria is 71. Rhino Page in the clubhouse at 92, and Brandon Novak at 99. I bet those two are safe. Maria is close and then just outside of the cut that is done. Kyle Troop at plus 62, Matt O'Grady at plus 57, Gene Perez also at 57. And we will for sure keep you updated on who all you need to be watching as far as the cut goes, what pairs they're on. It's just going to be fun to watch. I'll tell you all that right now. Tommy Jones, 31-32, spare four-bagger. Verity, front four, 9 spare, 9 spare. Suscriba on the front five. Just threw his 6th shot, and he struck. So Suscriba on the front 6, down on 15 and 16. Sean Rash yet to find a strike on this opening pair. Quality shot there from Darren Tang. Darren minus 18, sitting in 54th right now, averaging 198.88. So if he can figure out a way to average 215 today, he would put himself in a good position. 210, and he's looking to be right there on the bubble. 5 players from this morning went plus 100 or better. Jesper Svensson, Tim Foy Jr., Alex Martin, David Samard, and Tom Hess, led by a lefty, and the righties all behind him were between 104 over and 102 over. This afternoon, 6 players plus 100, and they were big. Tom Doherty, 1797, Maldonado, 1793, Novak, 1776, O'Neill, 1763, Prather, 1757, and the only lefty in that group, Anthony Nyer, at 1726. Joe, is Tommy close? Let me see. Tommy is... Yes, Tommy Jones is plus 69 right now. So as if he went dead even, he'd be right there on the number. So Tommy is more than close. EJ here in front of us needs about 130 over today. He is at minus 50 right now. Looks like Francois Lavoie brought his striking shoes back into new victory lanes over on 27 and 28 spare 5-bagger to start the block. As a man possessed right now. Suscriba up in the 7th, down on 15 and 16. Shot off his hand down the lane. 5-pin. I don't know if he hit the pocket or Brooklyn, but that certainly looks like a 5-pin. If you want to learn more about Tommy Jones, who was just elected into the PBA Hall of Fame, click there. Great write-up about Tommy and his career. And I don't remember if they put the number in here or not. I forget what his stretch was, but he won, what was it, his first 8 or 9 matches on TV or something ridiculous. Anyway, it is a great write-up by the one and only Matt Cannizzaro, the best writer out there. Give that a look if you've got some time. Just off to our left, Anthony Simonson, 2 splits this game in 8 frames, max score of 191. Francois Lavoie about to be over on our right. Get a look at Frankie over here on the left side of your screen. Boy, we've seen that before. Just looking around the building, it's a lot of surface out there. But Rash gets that one to slow down pretty quick. Even though he fired at 1,000,000 miles an hour. 3-bagger for him. Of course, as soon as I say he hasn't struck all day, boom, 3 in a row from Rash. But see, when he does that, though, he doesn't look uncomfortable when his ball speed's up like that. That doesn't look like an uncomfortable thing for him. A lot of players, for instance, first game this afternoon, Kyle Sherman, when he was trying to throw that Triton Elite, it just looked like he was really overdoing it and just didn't look comfortable. And the minute he got settled into that blue hammer and got left, that urethane ball, man, he just, backswing came down, release got a little cleaner, confidence came up a little bit, but not Sean Rash. He can fire it like that. He and Simonelli are two of the best when they're picking up their ball speed like that and just firing it down the lane. Of course, I hate to say that's out E here because I was going to say it earlier, but Double Aaron wasn't on the 1s and 2s. If you're going to put Simonelli and Rash in the conversation of best players to throw it hard, I think there's one guy that eclipses both of them. And that's the huge Eugene McCune. I got a chance to watch him at Nationals, or at the Open Championships. I'm so used to calling it Nationals. But even though the patterns there really weren't conducive to what I wanted to watch him do, and that's just fire it off the corner. With us being in the same region, I'm hoping there's a regional somewhere with a shorter pattern. 1, so I can go throw some urethane and have some fun, and 2, just get a chance to watch him just for a couple shots. Robert Smith, yeah, Robert Smith is a different animal, though. That's not just firing it, because typically when Eugene's doing it, when Rash and Simonelli, they're very north to south. Now they can bend it doing that, but Robert Smith was just. It's funny, we had this conversation at the PWBA stop in Louisville. We got on the topic of Robert Smith. It was Aaron Smith, myself, Jason Thomas, and Curtis Von Kruger, who was out on tour with us. Yes, same name, son of Kirk. He was our video guy. And we got on the topic of Robert Smith, and we were trying to relate his power game to the game of today. And Curtis was like, I don't know, he'd be kind of mid-pack right now. And I said, dude, I think it's been a while since you've seen him. We pulled a video, and he goes, I completely forgot, how over the top, ridiculously powerful Robert Smith was, and how he could make his ball hook from places that no one could imagine a bowling ball could hook from, and he could make angles that were scary. So yeah, Robert Smith he'd still be the cream of the crop these days when it came to a power game. He has since went two-handed, actually, and he went two-handed to cut down on his rev rate. He debuted his two-handed style at the Open Championships this year, and I got a chance to watch him. Took some video and posted it and whatnot. It don't look bad. It does not look bad, but it's no Robert Smith circa 2003. Yeah, Markham, that's a good point. And that's not even a one-hand, two-hand debate. He just did all that with one. I mean, my goodness. I would suggest if you get some time, pull up, Google Robert Smith bowling. There's a bunch of YouTube videos out here. We've actually got some. I have to pinpoint where they are. We've got some in the vault here on Bowl TV. There's a video. It's one of the first thumbnails under, where is it? There it is, World Team Challenge telecasts, Orange, California, 1996. Thumbnail, it's got Robert Smith. So there's even a video here if you want to go back and take a look at just how boss he was. Of course, he's the anchor player. All right, some first game scores here. EJ Tackett, 213, good first game out the gate. Got some ground to make up. Darren, 211. Justin O'Shaughnessy, also known henceforth hereby as the Principal, looking to be in the 180s. Zach Wilkins already in the 2-0 range. A strike here puts him in the 2 teens right next door. Only one player really shooting anything, and that's Sean Rash. He can punch out right here for 224. Faulkner can't get that one to quite get up the hill. 176 for Gary Faulkner. And Joe Palusek, pretty good in the standings. Where was he? He was... He was plus 43. I thought we had him higher than that. He was plus 81 after day one. That's what it was, and shot back-to-back 160s in 3 of his last 4 games. Yesterday were in the 160s to drop to minus 38 on that squad yesterday, bringing him down to plus 43. And going minus 34 right there, he's only plus 9, so Palusek just created a bit of a mountain for himself to climb. Rash with the first one puts himself in the 2 teams. Sean coming into today, he was comfortable. He was comfortably inside the top 5. Top 6. As far as average sorting goes, he was tied with Jesper Svensson for that 5th spot. Rash finishes up 212, and Dallas Leong 185. And just like that, game 1 is complete. 7 games remain for this block, for this squad to try and make up ground and get into the top 36. Joining us for game 2 here on our featured pairs, 23 and 24, Parker Bone III, Andrew Suscriba, AJ Johnson, Chris Glass. On 25 and 26, Mike Machuga, Michael Rubin, Brad Miller, and Andrew Anderson. Take a look at the first game scores. Whoa. Peaks and valleys on 23 and 24. Suscriba, as we talked about, had front 6, finished with 232. Parker Bone III knocked out 216. And then on the valleys, Chris Glass 157. AJ Johnson a 127. Didn't happen to look down and pay attention to AJ's screen when they were on 15 and 16, so not quite sure what happened to him first game. AJ was plus 114 coming into today, and he is now down to 41. Meanwhile, over on 25 and 26, first game out, Andrew Anderson, 203, Brad Miller, 199, Mike Machuga, 222, and Michael Rubin, 130. Be real interested to see what AJ Johnson does here. Maybe we can get a glimpse of what he might have been doing down there that did not work. Really, I hope we don't. I hope he doesn't keep doing whatever didn't work, but certainly my guess is he couldn't keep the ball off the head pin. That seems to be the problem for a lot of players on this pattern. He has switched to urethane, or he is throwing urethane, and I can't imagine with that motion right there he shot 120, so he must have been trying to throw resin the first game and just switches to urethane right there.
I can get this. All right. There we go. Is this?
That's a good look for Parker. That's kind of the very similar area of the lane that Rhino Page was playing later in the day this morning when he went on that tear. To get himself, Rhino got up to what, plus 92?
92.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Hello.
What's up, E?
I'm nourished, so I'm good. So what'd you see? Obviously, I'm catching up. So this is a question I would normally ask you anyway, but now I didn't see it at all. So actually, what did game 1 look like?
We saw a little bit of everything, really. We've got guys that are kind of playing out the twigs, similar to this afternoon. Players just all over the lane. The back half of game number 1, Sean Rash moved out to about, he hadn't struck in 5 frames, and he moved out to probably 5, 6, 7, and was just firing the ball up the lane. And that's kind of how, I don't know if you heard me get on the Robert Smith conversation, but I was talking about how.
I did hear the tail end of that.
I started that by Sean Rash and Ryan Simonelli are two guys who do not look uncomfortable when they are firing the ball down the lane. They can do it with such ease, but it doesn't look like they're out of control. And I kind of compared that to the first game on 23 and 24 this afternoon with Kyle Sherman. He just looked uncomfortable doing what he was doing, and he didn't settle in until he got that urethane ball in his hand, kind of moved right or moved left, softened up, and got into a rhythm. But Rash did that the back half of the game to get into the 2 teams, and then we had players urethane out, kind of resin in the track area. So nothing stood out, so to speak, or different from what we saw to start off the afternoon block.
Yeah, every now and then I talk about a player who has just kind of stood out, and I've never seen the Player Bowl, but I said it before, Michael Rubin. I don't know any additional info about him, except he does look young, so I'm going to guess certainly early 20s. And A.J. Johnson doubles up here with your thing, but man, he throws it well, speaking of Rubin. We talked about original Blue Hammers earlier because Kyle Sherman was throwing one, and I think Michael Machuga, I don't know if it's original. It looks like an original. It has that original blue to it.
Which one is that?
Blue Hammer, Mike Machuga.
Okay. Well, I can tell you about Michael Rubin. Back in 2018, he qualified for the Intercollegiate Singles Championships.
Okay, maybe, okay.
For SUNY Stony Brook.
Okay.
And in the bracket that year was defeated in the first round, actually, by a fellow for us, Lindenwood alum, Michael Coffey. So Rubin has had success on the collegiate level.
Well, I look forward to his continued development.
Whatever AJ did the first game, he's certainly gotten off of it, because that looks good. Chris Glass, cross and carry, thank you very much. Can he get the love on the 10? He cannot. Parker can't get the 6 to go. Andrew Anderson chops the 2-4 off the 1-2-4, looking down at his feet. Maybe some approach issues, or just kind of stuck on that one. Talking to Sean Ryan right now on one of the EBI ball wraps about what may have went on with AJ the first game. AJ just said, yeah, first game I tied my career low out on tour with 127, so at least there's he can put a post-it next to that game and earmark it for future reference. Verity, the 2-4-10 or 2-4-8-10? 2-4-8-10. All right, Verity. All the way down on 37 and 38. Looks left. Ah, it was. One thing we talked about last night after Brad Miller left the booth late last night was the fact that one of the things we took away from our conversation with him was the fact that he said he doesn't use urethane. He hasn't gotten comfortable with it. He's tried drilling a handful of urethane balls, different drillings, and just can't get a feel for the motion. So he is urethaneless here in this block. And he will have quite the challenge ahead of him because he said he doesn't throw urethane and he doesn't loft it. And the only guy that I remember earlier today, or excuse me, this afternoon, when the lanes got absolutely scorched, that was having success not throwing urethane and not lofting it late was O'Neal when he kind of made that ball change to that Rodman Pearl and really got a good motion out of it. I know he didn't finish the day great, but that motion really looked good. Brandon Novak has a little bit of loft to it, and Sean Maldonado, two-handed, had a little bit of loft through the heads. Tom Doherty was pretty clean at the bottom of it. Actually, he wasn't lofting it in the sense of getting out to the arrows or even the dots, but he has a way of getting the ball down the lane, and he led the squad at plus 197 this afternoon. So I'm hoping Brad can figure out a way, use some of those tricks that he has in his bag.
Motion. What motion would you prefer, Daniel? What motion do you think the players like to see?
They want to see something controllable. They want to see, I think you mentioned it, you said it early in the last block, they want to see their ball stop on the back end right now because nobody can get their ball to stop on the back end. And the first person who can figure out how to do that, whether it's a drilling that's, a calmer drilling, or it's a trick with their hand or the surface they have on the ball, they want to get their balls to stop on the back end and just lay off a little bit because these back ends have stayed so fresh throughout the first two blocks of qualifying today. Ideally, you want this motion right here. Well, you got a little right, but something you feel like you have control of. The shape may come down to the individual bowler, but you want to feel like you're in control of the ball when you let it go off your hand.
I think that's another reason, well, probably the reason based on really some good combos we've had, but just that ability to control urethane much better, and not that you can't control resin, obviously. But I go back to Kyle earlier today, and with the minimal practice on this pair, just in general, because of the format, you get a shot on each lane, and trying to make something happen, trying to make something work, and then going to urethane, and he just kind of looked instantly comfortable because he was able to see something that he knew he could control, manage, maneuver, trick, whatever he needed to do at that point, he could do it.
Right. And that's why, and a couple guys have hit on this that we've had in the booth, that's why these players throw urethane, is for the controllability of it.
PB3.
What it wouldn't surprise me to see would be these players throwing urethane not so much out, but kind of where AJ's at. And then once they get their angles so steep that urethane isn't turning the corner or is not carrying, then they go to resin, take a big jump, or try and get just to the right of maybe where their urethane was, use some of that carry down lane, as to what Barnes was saying earlier, as maybe like a shim or some hold or some push, however you want to phrase it. AJ with a good motion right now. It's a back-to-back 9-pins on that lane. That shot looked good off his hand. The one in the fourth looked a pinch inside, but you're paying very small penalties for these mistakes.
AJ was using resin in game 1. And was trying to get to that 7-8 area, and it just wasn't working for him. Double over 27 and 28 for Walter Ray. Here's Brad. Two-pin break.
I like the little kick that Andrew Anderson just kind of gave to try and help the ball hook on the back end. It's kind of like when you're playing a video game, a racing game, and you're trying to like turn the controller to play the game better, and it's not doing anything. A little kick down lane doesn't really help the bowling ball, but it makes the player feel better. Bad break for Parker on that 7-10. The scout coming off the wall didn't quite get to the 7. And minus that shot, so Scriba striking again, had the front 6 down there, 230. Spare 4-bagger to start this game off.
Two for two on that spare is double A on that lane. Oh.
Whoa. Norm Duke with the front 6 down on 17 and 18. Timmy Pfeiffer, spare 5 in a row on that same pair.
Good work there. AJ been working hard here this game. Since he made the ball change, I mean, it's immediate results. And a couple of 9 pins and a 2-8. That's the only thing that those are the leaves, obviously, the non-strikes I'm referring to. And both 9 pins on the left lane.
Did Sean give you any insight into what was going on game 1 with AJ?
Yeah, I mentioned, I said he was throwing resin.
Sorry, okay.
And he was trying to play around or get his ball to like 7, 8-ish. And that wasn't working well.
No doubt about that one after the pocket 7-10 over on 23. I wonder if there's something to that. So Matt Russo made a comment to us yesterday. He said that typically, when I'm leaving, when right-handers are leaving 4 pins, I'm leaving flat 7s. If one side of the lane on the back ends are hooking, the other side of the back ends are tighter. And the 2 9 pins that AJ left were both on 23, which is where Bone pocket 7-10. I wonder if there's a correlation between the two.
It's an interesting note. I do recall that.
If I was a player making notes, I would just kind of write a little something off to the side about that. It may have no bearing or consequence on future events on this pair. But if you see something like that multiple times over, maybe give it some thought. So game 1 in this house, Francois Lavoie, the tournament leader, led the squad. Game 1, 249. Osku, 247. Matt Taylor, 241. Martin Larson, 233. Norm Duke, 232. Overall plus minus for 17 games. Francois Lavoie, plus 428. Sean Rash, 204. Anthony Simonson, 182. Ronnie Russell, 178. Osku, 162. Andres Gomez, 121. Norm Duke, 102. Brad Miller, 101. Martin Larson and Tommy Jones tied at 91. And then a whole handful of players behind them, plus Verity Crawley, 65. Michael Coffey, 54. Smallwood, 53. AJ, 41. Richie Teese, 32. Machuga, 30. Gerard, 26. Double A, 20. And Joey Pants, 9 over.
Here's Brad. And Brad has gone through the nose a couple of times now. His ball right now not slowing down.
Yeah, my only concern for Brad is that, based on what he told us last night, doesn't throw urethane, doesn't loft it, and he also doesn't generate a lot of ball speed. So this could be a grind for him. This could be the block where Brad really earns his money. Now he's plus 101, and he's going to have to fight and claw for every pin tonight, I believe. I don't think anything's going to come easy for him tonight.
Now back to AJ, 9th frame.
Note from Aaron Smith in the chat. Jason Thomas described Francois' 249 in the opener as phenomenal. He's still in urethane at the moment over on 35 and 36. Let's take a look at what he's doing down there. This game, Lavoie, strike, open, spare, 3-bagger. And he's facing a 4-7-10 right now. Great start for Verity. Double, 2-4-8-10. Converted it. 4-bagger, 9-spare strike.
I wonder if she's throwing urethane currently.
That picture looked like it was a purple hammer, and it looked like she was bending it a little bit. Oh!
That Hall of Fame carry.
You get 1 tap for every Hall of Fame you're in. That means you get a tap.
How about that?
Tell me I'm wrong.
How about that?
Lindenwood Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's right. You just said 1 tap for every Hall of Fame. Cut after game 1, plus 54, Michael Coffey. And Mike's throwing it pretty good tonight so far through a game and some change. He's on 27 and 28. Sescriba. It's interesting, but when you roll an event like this, everyone generally throws it well, but I feel like it takes a lot to stand out. But everyone's eye is different. I'm not sure why Michael Rubin has caught my eye, but he has.
Well, people like watching different games, different styles for different reasons. It's all in the eye of the beholder type deal. There's just some things about a player's game that you just, Mike Fagan. I could watch Fagan bowl for hours on end.
100%. Good shot there, double A. Speaking of Coffey, he went 9 spare strike, split in the third, double, 8-pin double. He's left a few 8-pins, I feel, in this tournament. Brad may have made a move. 3, 6, 9, 10 again on the left lane. Chris Glass. There were a few shots where I said, man, I'm not sure if that one's going to make it back, and it did. Got that one in, might be a couple, and leaves a 4-pin. So he'll be in the 220s, 224 to be exact with the spare. Norm Duke, 9 out of 10 down there. Or excuse me, 8 out of 9, I beg your pardon.
He'll throw the 9th one next, don't worry.
Nice game for Chris here, 224, 2-8 to deal with for A.J. Johnson. All right, then this will be a nice clean game here for A.J. been a bit of a struggle here for Machuga. All right. Interesting way to get 3, but count nonetheless. Now Machuga maxing at 192. And just a couple of strikes here in this game. And now 2 opens to go with it. Walter Ray strikes in the 10th frame. First one in the 10th. Again, 27 and 28.
That fill ball looked pretty good.
I think he's got at least 2 options now, right?
I would say so.
Urethane looks solid, although he started to kind of get in the 2-8 zone if he missed, but 2 9-pins, 2 2-8s.
Couple of those on that pair.
Player of the year, Karen?
Aaron Smith confirming in the chat that Verity is indeed throwing urethane.
Thanks, Aaron.
Parker chanced for the 230s and went window shopping on that one. Just pitched it out the window. Verity 235.
Back on the strike train is Mike Rubin here in the 9th. Walter Ray to the right. All 3 in the 10th for Walter, 217. It's a big 10th frame here for Brad. He made a ball change in the 9th and still went through the nose. The ball looked like it had some surface on it, so I imagine he was saying, okay, this one may stop a little bit. That shot for Anderson, but it seems like Brad and Andrew are kind of trying to do similar things. Obviously, their games make it look different.
Well, both of them have swings that are pretty steep. They're pretty high up. The difference is and this is something I can relate to with Brad with our shorter stature. When your swing gets that steep, it's difficult to create what I call a flat spot at the bottom of your swing, and that flat spot at the bottom of your swing doesn't mean the ball comes off your hand flat. It means that it's like a window in time. And inside that window, the ball can come off your hand at any point. It gives you an area to clear the ball off your hand, which gives you a greater room for error, and it gives the ball a stronger roll off your hand. With Andrew, as long as he is much taller than the both of us, his swing, even though it's steep, it's going to be longer, and he can create that flat spot a little easier and project the ball a little better, where Brad's a little more, he's not exactly, up, down, up. He didn't get to the bottom and rip on it like a 1980s style player, but it's hard to create that flat spot and really help project the ball down the lane.
But you know that your flat spot is right, or you're getting to it in the proper time, you can feel it too.
You can.
It feels generally, at least for me, great, especially if you're working on something and you figure it out and you may have adjusted that flat spot to give yourself even more time. So if you needed to, you might hear the term bail out sometimes, or a last minute hand trick or whatever it is you need to do, you have more time. It's like it just feels great. It's doop. Oh wow, that felt amazing. Yeah,
and for the listeners and the viewers, when E says more time, it's a split second. But for players at this level, if their body feels like something is off in the middle of their approach, without them even thinking about it, it can correct it at the bottom of the swing or somewhere in the approach, and that split second is all their mind, their subconscious, their muscle memory needs to get them back where they need to be.
Wesley Lowe, 2:01 to our left. Two splits in the last 3 frames for Mike Rubin. He shoots 190. Fill shot, ball change for Mike Machuga. 167. And for the first time in a while, no bowling. So because there is no bowling, obviously we'll be back in a moment here. Game number 3. More good moments again with all right, let's take a quick look at, or look back, I should say. Someone mentioned Mark Roth earlier in the squad, and you can never go wrong with Mark Roth. So one of the great moments here in U.S. Open history. Game 3 on the way here on Bowl TV.
Chris, it's all going down to the very last frame. Mark Roth has a possible 245. Guppy Troop going at a 238 pace. 7 days, 56 games. $38,000 at stake. More important, the U.S. Open. It's who can perform in one frame.
38,000 the winner, 20 to the runner-up. Audience really divided in the cheering sections here, and the pressure showing there on Guppy Troop when he's seated, not when he's on the lanes.
That shot that Roth just threw cut the lead of Guppy Troops to 3 pins with another strike. He takes the lead for the first time in the match. He's loose.
Tremendous competitor, Mark Roth. You don't win 28 titles not being one.
Chris, this is the best match game I've ever seen in a professional bowlers tournament for any amount of money, any title. The conditions of the lanes, 210 should win these matches. Mark Roth, a possible 245, throwing strikes in the clutch, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, but it's not over yet. Troop can still win.
Big game of 244. Is it enough?
With a strike up in the 9th, all in black. Troop is ready. The pressure.
Chris, the question that you just asked, is it enough, will be answered on this next ball. What Guppy Troop needs is a strike or he cannot win. Must strike on this ball. Mark Roth has just won his first major, Chris. Wow.
Game 3 of 8 here. Final squad of qualifying at the 2019 U.S. Open. Players have obviously worked hard, fought, and some are still in that fight, grinding both physically and mentally to try to be one of these the top 36 players who will bowl tomorrow at 10 a.m. They'll bowl 8 additional games to see who will advance to match play, which the round one, or the first round of match play, I should say, will begin tomorrow night, Monday night at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. But several games left to play and to decide all of those things. Of course, that clip you just watched, USBC PBA Hall of Famer Mark Roth. His only major championship in the 1984 U.S. Open against Guppy Troop. Exciting and great match, and of course it's obviously crazy how things work as we watch Kyle all the time now. Richie Teese, Matt Taylor, Patrick Gerard, and Wesley Lowe. And the pair that was just on 23 and 24 with Chris Glass, Andrew Sescriba, A.J. Johnson, and Parker Bone III. Pair now on 25 and 26. Speaking of Guppy, of course, he's been in the building this week. Obviously checking out Kyle. I know Taylorsville not too far away from where we are, and that is where Kyle resides.
think Guppy was here last night watching Kyle bowl.
Chris Pulliam had a good question in the chat. A couple people did answer. I will pose it to you, Mr. Farish, as well. Chris said, if you have a ball that moves really well for you with a pin-up drilling, and you're thinking about how you can get the most use out of it, are you more likely to buy a second version of the same ball with a different drilling, or just manipulate the ball, that same ball, with surface or through surface?
Well, in my current state, I would not buy a second of the same ball, and I would not suggest that to most of the bowling community simply because our money is important, and I would rather spend that money on a different ball that would give me a different motion dynamically, naturally, than to buy the same ball and just drill it differently or drill it the same and put a different surface on there. I am a massive proponent, huge fan of changing surfaces on bowling balls. If you drill a bowling ball and don't like it, don't take it to your pro shop operator and ask them to plug it and re-drill it. Don't throw it for 3 months, complain about it, and sell it on Facebook for $20. Change surfaces. Try different things. There's no sense in wasting that money. Every bowling ball has a surface it likes, and you'll stumble upon that surface, you'll find it, and that's when that ball becomes valuable. Now, the players at the next level, the players out here, yes, they would drill another of that ball because they have that option, because they have that access. In my history, I typically don't have a lot of success drilling two of the same ball. Even if I had, ball A, and it was great, and threw it for 120 games, and I stumbled upon a new in-box version of that ball, or I bought another one, or what have you, and drilled it the same way, they don't roll the same. You don't get the same, you don't get that same motion. It's really hard to duplicate that. I've talked to a lot of players on the PWBA tour about their equipment, and they said, yeah, I drilled 2, 3, I loved this ball, and I drilled 2, 3, 4 more of it, and I could not get that same motion back. So for the regular average Joe bowler, league bowler, no, I would not spend the money to buy that same ball. I would just tweak surfaces and see if I could, create different motions with it, and then talk to my pro shop operator about what motion I'm looking for, and have them direct me in the direction of a ball that will fill that hole. Do you know what A.J. Johnson started this game with? Which ball? Did you happen to see?
I did not.
Because that last shot, he threw the resin ball that he threw in the fill. So he started 6-3 and then double. Parker opening up the lane a little bit. If I'm correct, that is a squatch solid he's throwing, a strong cover, symmetric solid. So maybe just doesn't have quite the angle from that direction on the back end to carry out the flat 7. Motion looked good until it was just a little flat on the back end. If he could get on top of there with something a little cleaner, going to retain a little more energy, he could be in business.
By the way, that was a good answer.
That's a good question on the screen right now. What's your biggest factor in purchasing a new bowling ball? Type of cover stock, type of core, ball reviews that you read either online, talk to people in person or in publications, or your PSO recommendation, your pro shop operator recommendation.
Good question. Better poll question. And those are things, those are real life things. In regards to, you're being truthful. You're out there spending your money, so how do you, what do you do? I don't know if I've, that's not true. Well, I certainly wish. I wish I had a whole case of original Black Widows. Like, I wish I had done that, 12, 13 years ago. Wish I had been thinking. This is going to be one of your favorite balls, so you should get all of them.
I know somebody who could get you a case.
A case?
Yeah.
Of what?
Original Black Widows.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
How much you want to pay?
We'll discuss. We'll discuss.
Oh, that's funny.
Nice shot there from Teese. Seeing lanes again, or balls, I should say. The middle part of the lane. And that shot was great for Teese with reactive. Sometimes I think at this point, because there's a good combo of still urethane and reactive being thrown. For those of you who joined us earlier, during the afternoon squad, Wesley Lowe was with us toward the end of the day. Obviously on the featured pairs here.
Got some scores after game number 2. Tim Piper leads the block after 2, plus 66. Osku plus 56. Norm Duke plus 53. Francois plus 52. And Verity plus 51. Those are their 2-game totals. Their 18 game totals with 6 games to go. Francois Lavoie, 431. Sean Rash, 205. Osku, 171. Simonson, 166. Ronnie Russell, 148. That's your top 5. Norm Duke, 123. Tommy Jones, 107. Verity is at 100 over. Michael Coffey at 91. In 10th place, Andres Gomez at 90. Those 10 as they sit, we feel pretty safe. 11th, Brad Miller plus 69. A.J. Johnson plus 57. Tom Smallwood plus 54. Martin Larson at 49 over. AA, Andrew Anderson, 33. And Patrick Girard in 16th at plus 31 is the last player plus in the squad. Look at all of the integrated numbers. Right now listed, the hard numbers in the standings listed 36 is A.J. Johnson at plus 57. But what I do to get a more accurate sorting is to sort by average. And when you sort by average, that shows you where the players who are still bowling would be in the standings if they continue along the pace that they've set so far. That's why I like that as a more true number of looking at a cut. And doing it that way, your cut would be a 202.58 average, which is actually Kyle Troop at plus 62. half the bowlers in our area are paying attention to bowling, and the other half are watching Tiger on TV.
Oh, is that what they're looking at?
That's exactly
Okay.
what they're looking at. Looks like Tiger, through 16, Tiger has a 2-shot lead over Matsuyama. So 2 holes to go, 2-shot lead. I'd say he's got a chance.
Okay.
Brad Miller with a good update. He said 2.5 games in. My mind is good. It's a good start.
And for context, this is going back to Brad's conversation with us last night on Bowl TV, simulcast to Flow Bowling, about said he had to get better and needed to get better and would be better today, about staying in it mentally, keeping his mind and his frustrations cool. And he had every right to be frustrated after that second game. So generally a cool or calm mind will get you through. Flat 10 there for Gerard.
Note from Double A Ron Aaron Smith in our group chat between those of us here on site says some potential big scores down on 35 and 36. Let's take a look at it. Zach Wilkins, strike, spare, 7-bagger. He can shoot 280. They're all going into the 10th right now. Justin O'Shaughnessy can shoot 266. EJ Tackett could have shot 47, but he 4-pinned in the 10th, so that's down to 226. And Darren Tang, first one in the 10th, puts him in the 230s. He can punch for 47. And Darren, one of those players, kind of on the cut line. I'm sorry, Darren's at minus 52, so this 247, potential 247 would be huge for him to get him closer to even, as the cut is kind of starting to come down a little bit. It was hovering around that 203 number earlier in the day. It kind of leveled off at a 202.69 average, which was about plus 64, 65, and now it's down to plus 62 after the second game this evening. you know, to an extent, because we do the job we do, even though we're behind the cameras, we are, you know, in amongst the crowd. The crowd knows what we're doing and who we are, and
Do they?
I think so.
Okay.
And while I enjoy kind of the popularity of it, I'm kind of waiting for this golf tournament to be over because the TV is right over my shoulder, and I feel like everyone's staring at me. You're on the other side of the pillar. You're hidden, man.
Better watch what you type.
You got a good angle there.
All right, Tommy Smallwood. Some folks cheering him on here. 3-bagger for Tom. He is on 21 and 22 for those who are curious.
He is inside the theoretical cut right now.
Put the check on 35 and 36.
It's like Zach Wilkins, 268. Oh, the scores just disappeared. Couldn't catch him soon enough.
So Wilkins got to 268.
He went strike 8 spare.
No, Zach was at minus 107. Parker Bone, minus 49. A shot there from Wesley. I'm going to try something here, folks. It may or may not work well. I'm kind of holding the camera up. I just want to see what we can get lane level here. Not much, because Richie T stood in the way.
Well, we're good if the bowlers don't step out of their finished position or fall off or what have you.
I need a different piece of equipment right now. I'm actually frustrated. I don't think we have it. I don't have what I need currently to make this work.
Sit there, ball.
Meanwhile, Patrick Gerard then with a double.
Good shot by Matt Taylor.
Yeah, it was probably just a hair questionable. As soon as he let it go, he put his hands behind his back. It probably was a hair left. Oh, really good pitch there. That was one where you look back at the umpire, the home plate umpire, and just kind of stare real quick and go, really? That wasn't a strike? That didn't hit the black? That wasn't on the corner?
Wesley can't get the friendly tap on the 7. And we've seen that look on many a bowler's face over the last 3 days. Smallwood looking for the 5-bagger in the 9th, stuffs the 9-pin. Still potential to get into the 230s, however, which would be a great game for him in the where he is in the standings.
A.J. Johnson has done such a great job of leaving game 1 behind. And he's done it with both urethane and reactive in back-to-back games. There'll be similar scores depending on what happens here on this shot, but impressive. Andres Gomez with a nice support group as well. Fans have been great here at Victory Lanes, really even since the day we got here. Honestly, since setup day. Because there were fans in here just kind of wandering in and checking things out early, seeing what was, kind of available or what they could do, and already talking about, looking forward to watching this week. Excellent work by Gerard. What we got coming up next?
Game 4 on 23 and 24. We're going to have Tommy Jones, Kenny Ryan, Bradley Serralo, and Matthew Ogle. On 25 and 26, Timmy Pfeiffer, Martin Larson, Andrew DeJanes, and Duke.
Richie Teese coming in at -11. One more, and Richie will be in the 220s.
Coming into this block of this game?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Howie's looking at +6.
It's always good to get that plus number next to your name.
Well, and especially if the cut continues on the trend that it is currently. Yeah, there'll probably be a game or two where it will make an upward move, and you go, uh-oh, what's going to happen? And we really don't know, but I still expect it to go up at some point.
There is one person sitting directly to your left who is hoping it comes down about 5 more pins. That is Gene Perez.
Game 4, just like that.
No, it's official. Good for Tiger. Now, while Tiger is making history over in Japan, we've got players here who are looking to make history in our beloved sport. Matt Ogle says hi, everybody. He wanted me to make sure I passed on our hellos. And the curtain's down on 24. May wants to...
Does he want to say hi on his own? We can make that happen.
Well, Barnes brought up a good point about the no electronic, because Chris was going to hop on for a second. He goes, oh, well, there's no electronic device usage. We don't want to...
Well, correct. He's just waving.
Well, he did, yeah. I was passing on his hello.
I'm just saying he could wave into the camera.
Oh, yeah. You ever seen a shot thrown at a bowling center with the curtain down?
I have not, and hopefully it just sounds like it could be trouble.
It creates one heck of a mess in the back of the building. All right, he's ready. There's Matt Ogle saying hello, everybody. Big thumbs up, big wave. Love it. He just said, Matt said to Chuck Gardner, I'm having more fun tonight than I've had in the last few days.
Matt wants to get on TV. Talk to you guys.
Duke plus 24 on the day. Coming pretty straight off the corner. Looks good. Timmy Pfeiffer, plus 59. He's going to need quite a few more games of that pace. Coming into game 3, he was minus 69. Actually lost pins. He shot 193 the last game. So minus 76 for Tim Pfeiffer with 5 games to go. I've watched the kid bowl. It's not inconceivable he can get there, but there's a lot of the issue right now is there's a lot of people in between him. It's not so much that the deficit, but it's the amount of players in between him and the number.
We'll try to get Rob for just a brief few minutes, just to discuss some conditions and wondering if specifically about Verity and what she's seeing. I'd like to welcome into the booth, just for a few moments, Rob Gotcha of Team EBI. And Rob, first, thanks for taking a few minutes.
No problem.
And so just first, lane conditions. This is the last squad of the day. Obviously, you've seen everything, actually, to this point, speaking of all day today. Any differences, and kind of what was the game plan for this squad as opposed to what you saw for the earlier squads?
Yeah, B squad probably did the best job they could have done playing the lanes to make them last the longest. They stayed right a little bit longer. B squad has played a little tighter down lane all week, just to start. They obviously don't sit as long as they do in the morning. They do get to watch A squad bowl. The first day that was not an advantage because everybody started further left that first day. But, yeah, we're kind of sitting here trying to observe many people to see what's going to happen in this block. I would say not the masses, but many people have aborted the straighter game plan much quicker. I think last block you really didn't start to see it till maybe late game 3, 4, 5. A fair amount of the field had migrated in and started throwing the steep angles. We started seeing it as early as 15th, 16th frame this block. And, it's the last qualifying squad of the U.S. Open. You got people chasing score. You got people trying to protect score. So, they're going to do whatever they have to do. So it's not going to quite be as predictable, I think, as the B squad was today. They got nice there for a few games for, a few people. We saw some bigger numbers in groups, which we really kind of haven't seen throughout the week, where certain games you saw a chunk of a squad start to take advantage of the scoring conditions.
And just to clarify, when you say at B squad, you're not referring to this particular squad, but the time that they bowled.
Yeah, sorry. Since I'm here every day, I don't even know what squad they are. Every day it's A, B, C for me. Or, the middle shift, I guess we could say. Because this is B squad.
My other note or question was specific to Verity. Obviously, she's off to a good start and looks very comfortable with urethane. Has that been her plan and you guys' plan for her this particular block?
We've probably migrated a little left of where we'd originally thought it was going to go, to start. She is still in the urethane. She does know what her next ball is going to be. It's going to, be a very low diff, reactive ball, trying to just scoot it down the lane. I mean, pattern's 37 feet. We're just trying to let the lane do all the work. The end pair, 15 and 16, they just came off of her, Russell, Osku, and John Fury. All four players bowled 170. I believe it was 176, 174, 172, 170, I think were the four scores. So that pair's a little tricky. Left lane is a little, it hooks a little early, and then it's kind of bailing down lane. But yeah, you're still trying to control the pocket. I mean, it's, like Tommy Jones is in a weird spot here. He's, 50 over. He's bowling real good. He's pretty good at getting his angles steep, and you could just sense he wants to get aggressive. Like, he threw a different ball in the fill, and he's like, "You good with going to it?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm not yet." He's got a ball that's doing the right thing. Sure, it's getting 9 a few times a game, but that's what you need. You don't need to string. He's not in a position where he needs to string a bunch of strikes to take that gamble. So he's just going to kind of keep chasing it with this ball a little bit because it blends it out. It doesn't really overbounce. So we'll go from there, and then, he's probably going to have to change at some point. I mean, we're in game 4, so we still got 5 more to go.
You mentioned that the afternoon squad did as good a job as they could of maintaining the lanes, and it looked like to us back here that the dry got really dry. How does that happen as compared to the morning squad, where it didn't look like the morning got all that bad?
The second squad, I think anytime you have this caliber of player, this many of them bowling, when a squad plays them similar, you have, between the bowling balls, the rev rates, and everything, the more they play them similar, the more they're going to create a defined hook spot. And essentially, these guys are either looking for two things. They're either looking for hook or they're looking for hold. Well, when a squad plays them very, very similar to each other, and there was a fair amount of urethane, not a ton, for what we've seen on tour before, but once that hook spot developed, the guys that are good at sliding in the left gutter and getting it right of 5 before 35, 40 feet, that's green light. When they know it can't go in the gutter, and then they can throw it hard. I mean, it's 37 feet. So once you start throwing it hard, you create yourself a little hold. You don't have to hit it, and you know it's going to come back every time. That's how you throw 5 and 6 and 7 baggers on these flatter patterns. It's the same thing they're trying to create on the 45 feet. They're trying to play 20 to start because you got to create hold with angle. But ultimately, they're trying to create a hook spot or build up a pile of oil for it to fade off of. But so, yes, I think the morning squad they weren't all over the place. They were concentrated, but it was just spread out enough, maybe a little lower rev rate on the morning squad. Building's cooler, lanes have sat all night, so, there's just a little different, variables that come into play. And, I mean, I think the squad today did the best job of the second squad today did the best job of any second squad of the week in, I think, understand. Now, keep in mind, this is also the squad that had a very good first day. So, their mentality is a little different. They've got a little more confidence. They're not chasing as many pins, They're the only ones that really had people go 100 over or more day one.
Really good point there. Changes the mindset just a touch. Anything else, Danny, you got for him?
Not right now.
All right, I'll let you go back to work, my man.
All right, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Bob.
guys.
Yeah, that's interesting. What he brought up there at the end is that a squad, which bowled this afternoon, had the best day one, and they really they didn't have to, like you said, they didn't have to chase. I never really thought about that.
Yeah, that was an excellent point. It's a man when you got to chase it down, that's when you would get into that risk reward situation where for some players it's just all about the risk today, or it was all about the risks because of where they were in the standings, which may or may not jive with the rest of the field in some situations. Uh-oh. Norm said, something doesn't quite feel right. So I'm trying to work out that either take out a piece of tape or add some tape. I can't see.
Yeah, I can't tell.
His back is to us.
TJ first miss of the game, and Duke dropped that one, but still got a good roll on it. And that's kind of that flat spot I was talking about. You can release it a little earlier in that flat spot or a little later, but as long as you have a defined flat spot in that swing, you can get a good roll on the ball. Release it a little earlier, push it through at the bottom, carry the swisher.
One of the other keys right there for me was, I know Bowl TV viewers have heard me say this a lot, and of course we are simulcasting today this week to Flow Bowling. So I like to use the term the anyway shot, and Norm clearly, because and I've been told that Norm is very much a field player, and we watched him. I watched him put some tape in yesterday, and we all go through that, but he stopped. Right, he was about to get into the downswing. Was like, no, something's not right. This is not going to allow me to throw the best shot. Had he thrown that shot, I'd like to call that the anyway shot, because I threw it anyway, even though I basically told myself already this is not going to go well.
Right.
I threw it anyway, and it wasn't going to get the results that he wanted, and that's these guys don't do that out here. They just don't. They'll stop at anything that doesn't feel right.
Matt Ogle 2 straight 7 spares on this lane. Got it right. Better shot. Yeah, Aaron, you are correct. One other thing about Norm, and I knew this at least 20 years ago, because when the PBA used to come to Executive Bowl in Louisville, where the PWBA was at this year, Norm gave one of my friends, and her mom worked in our pro shop, gave her a bowling ball. And we had it on display. It was signed and everything. But the thing I remember is his finger holes back then, he drilled, he didn't use inserts. It was still fingertip, but didn't use inserts. His finger holes and his thumb hole, it was almost like the ball had just come off the press. They were that sharp. So you talk about Norm being a field player. He wants to feel the edges, those creases. He wants to feel everything on his hand. And he knows, he's been doing this for a very long time. he knows when something doesn't feel right. He's still messing and working with that ball. Looks like he's moving tape around right now. I guess after it came off his hand a pinch early. I had not seen the split, so I don't know what happened on that first shot. But still something that doesn't feel right. He's not happy with it.
We do a results or standings update yet?
Do we have them? Not yet. We do not have them after Game 3 tonight just yet.
Folks, do not forget, we are giving away a 50-inch television courtesy of Bowl TV. That is right. 50-inch television courtesy of Bowl TV. We'll do that in the later half of this block. All you have to do, of course, be a Bowl TV subscriber. So if you are not curious and say, well, you know, 50-inch TV, that sounds pretty good. I would think you want to give it a whirl. Come on over to Bowl TV. Take a look. Easy way to do that. You've got a 14-day free trial with an annual or monthly subscription. So we'll give you 14 days to check things out. If you like what you see, fantastic. We hope you stay. We've got plenty of content certainly this week and more upcoming in regards to live events, content in the lab as well, the vault, and backstage. So give us a look. $79.95 for an annual, $9.95 for a monthly, and again, each one of those gets you 14 days free. And maybe a 15-inch television, or 50.
Whoa!
50.
Whoa!
Don't want to get it confused.
Whoa, Nelly.
50. Not 15. 50. 50.
Tommy already giving it a little bit of loft here in game number 4. Possibly a precursor of things to come. Duke didn't like it. Gets out of it with a makeable spare. Still waiting on a game 3 update. You have not missed anything. And as soon as I say that, the leaderboard updates. Well, we'll look at this block first. Leading the block for 3, Zach Wilkins, 674. EJ Tackett, 660. Sean Rash, 659. Tim Piper, 659. And TJ at 653. Overall, for their 19-game totals, Francois Lavoie, plus 425. Sean Rash, 251. Simonson, 173. He has shot 559 so far tonight. Osku at 141, Ronnie Russell at 124, Tommy Jones 122, Brad Miller is still at 95. Grinding out there. Norm Duke at 94, Andres Gomez at 88, AJ Johnson at 82, Tom Smallwood 78, Verity Crawley 72, Michael Coffey at 70, and that's kind of the cutoff right there. We're thinking big drop down to Patrick Girard in 14th at plus 45. Double A, Andrew Anderson, 19. Machuga at 12. Tackett at 10. Larson at 10. And Teese in 19th is 6 over. Take a look at the cumulative numbers with all of the squads added together and integrated, and you look at the projected, the The current 36th place cut is plus 57. And that is also, when you sort by average, the projected cut is a 202.38 average, which is currently Matt O'Grady and Gene Perez.
How about that?
Give me a one-game roll-off.
Well, that's the talk of the town right now.
Everyone who's listened to Bowl TV since I joined the crew, basically back at Junior Gold, if you're familiar with my views on ties, I love them. I want to see roll-offs. I want to see 9th and 10th frame roll-offs. I want to see one-game roll-offs. I've already checked the rules. I'll have to double-check. But in case of a tie for any advancing position to another round in this tournament, it is a one-game roll-off. I wanted them in the PWBA. I wanted them at Junior Gold. And now I want them here.
Serralo. Oh man, crossing over. Oh, Kenny Ryan. Well on pattern number 1, and said things did not go as well the next day on pattern number 2. He thought pattern 1 was the more playable one for him.
I went and spoke with tournament director Greg Moore, and he confirmed that if there were a tie, not only is it a one-game roll-off, it would occur tonight.
Oh, 100%.
I didn't know if it might be before the squad tomorrow.
No.
I didn't know. I know some tournaments do it differently. I was not sure.
No. We want to know before everyone leaves.
Let me see if there's anybody. Yeah, there's a couple of the guys that are right there. Did bowl this morning. Kyle Troop is at plus 62. Matt O'Grady is at plus 57. They both bowled this morning, so that would make for a. You would hope they went home and got some kind of a nap. That could make for an incredibly long day. Airmail. Delivery confirmed. Package is a strike. Tommy Jones. Yeah, but see, Anna, I wasn't with the Bowl TV crew for the Women's U.S. Open. I was in Las Vegas, but I was working the Open Championships over at the South Point Bowling Plaza.
I didn't even see the comment, but I know she is referring to the roll-off for 36th position between Verity Crawley and Sydney Brummett.
Who got that one?
Verity Crawley.
Verity got it. All right.
But you did the right thing. Whenever you are unsure, you A, read the rules, or B, go talk to the tournament director.
Always talk to the tournament director.
John Fury next door having a nice game here. Get to 229. I want to try this angle one more time. Perhaps
That's a
Meadow
good player to do it with, too.
will cooperate.
Don't
See
step
where it's
off.
standing. Okay, here we go. Well, hello to the Ryan family. Thanks for tuning in on Bowl TV. Hopefully Kenny will give you this 10th frame. The collegiate singles champ. I'm trying, but what I really need for it to work, I don't have. Kind of limited. Like, Norm is kind of in the way right now. But that's okay, because that's Norm. Oh, nice break. Gotta use it. Verity Crawley, by the way, first shot in the 10th was a good one. She can max at 227. Tommy Jones now into the 230s. Crawley's going to be in the 220s. We'll see what we might get here from Kenny. Seven pin.
It was a real good game right there for Ronnie Russell. He's a 533 for the first 3 games tonight. Still at plus 124, but a 224 with back-to-back opens in the middle. So the game was better than the score suggests. If it weren't for one unforced error and the split in the 8th. So kind of gets off the schneid of that 533, puts a good plus game up, gets back to plus 148, and kind of stops himself from sliding too far into the danger zone.
getting a little warm in the building. That means that, of course, there's a lot of folks in and watching and trying to see who's going to make the cut.
It's not that, bro. It's not that.
What you got?
It's just the temperature's rising. We're 4 games away from the end of the U.S. Open qualifying.
No doubt about that.
Just when the players are getting comfortable, dude, the tournament knows.
You've really taken that and run with it.
Justin, because you've been a great viewer. Excuse me, my bad. And you've been watching all day. Sure. I could probably only do it once, though. So shout out to Eric. Justin loves you. Tim Pfeiffer loved that shot. I'd like one more at least to say 170 here.
He is minus 76 coming into this game, and I really think, any of these players can go plus $160 the last 4. Rhino Page did it. The numbers from the previous squads today just don't suggest that we're going to see someone have that kind of a look for 4 straight games on the right side. There's going to be an off game in the middle. Brandon Novak had one heck of a finish the back 5, but he did still have a 2-0 in there, so to compensate for that, if you need 160 over the last 4 and you shoot 2-0, we'll do the math. You need 750 plus for the other 3, 760. It's this game is I'm afraid going to put Timmy in a hole that he just can't dig out of. Even more so, this is going to put him minus 35 for the game, minus 111 overall. Give it the kick, Nick Pate. All right, take a look at who is joining us for game number 5. Can't believe it, already game number 5 here on our featured pairs for the final block of qualifying here at the 2019 U.S. Open. On 23 and 24, we're going to have tournament leader Francois Lavoie, Nick Pate, Connor Pickford, and Hunter Kempton already 1 frame in. Right next door on 25 and 26, one of the fan favorites that a lot of people have been following, Verity Crawley, as well as John Fury, Ronnie Russell, and Osku Palermo.
And don't forget, folks, 50-inch television. Brought to you by Bowl TV. Bowl TV, but one of the channels, of course, on Bowl TV that I mentioned is the Vault. And the Vault, USBC unlocking the treasure chest of newly digitized historical telecasts, including PWBA, Team USA, during Daniel's earlier conversation regarding Robert Smith, World Team Challenge Classics, which he is a part of, and more inside the vault. The latest release, the 1991 U.S. Amateur Finals between future Hall of Famers Linda Barnes and Lucy Sandelin. Again, that is inside the vault here on Bowl TV.
Kenneth, to your point about 900 would be really good. We've had 8 players today go 900 for the back 4. So it's not, out of the realm of possibility. Let's see, Sean Maldonado, Jesper Svensson, Belmo, Kyle Sherman, of course, Brandon Novak, Rhino Page, Matt O'Grady. All went 900 for the back 4. So you never know. Whoa, slow down. That didn't slow down. Hunter Kempton giving the old 3-9-10 a look. Woo.
First one, a good one for Crawley. Second offering here, left lane. And perhaps a touch right. 210, nearly a 2-8-10. It's a bit more makeable. on the spare scale.
No 1,000. The highest back four I can find, well, the highest back four was Sean Maldonado, went 978 for his back four.
What was, I mean, Rhinos wasn't bad, but what was Rhinos?
952.
Okay. We had Matt Russo on, and he yesterday he was talking about something maybe people hadn't been paying attention to, but I think the majority certainly are, and that was Verity Crawley, and talking about simply just what she's doing. Not that she had to prove anything to anyone, but it does make you a bit more aware, in a sense, and perhaps gives you a different vantage point, viewpoint into her game and really how good she is, and really how good the PWBA is, because Maria right now is, plus 71 and looking pretty good at the moment to get in, even if neither one happens to not get in. What they've shown this week, certainly, again, not that they were proving anything to anybody or had to, but for those who watched the tour or said, hey, let's see what happens with these two particular players. It's a more of an emphasis and a stamp like, wow, these players are really good. They have competed well. They've adjusted and made moves when they had to and developed game plans around things that they don't normally deal with, and that is breakdowns on the PBA tour are much different than the PWBA tour, for example.
Yeah, it's just an extra hurdle that they have to overcome because, like you said, they're not used to this environment. They bowl regionals, they bowl overseas, they see very dry conditions. But this is to see it for 3 straight days in an atmosphere like this, and for Maria to be right there, and for Verity to be inside the cut comfortably and bowling very well. It's just impressive. It's very impressive.
Oh, hook.
Well, that is not something you see every day.
No. You know, you talked about the closer's mentality, but you were talking about if you have a bad game overall.
Yeah.
Right, quick, put it aside. Well, Ronnie, his turn up the bowl, right back at it, frame 5. That's good for the soul.
You know, and that's a situation I wouldn't even know how to begin to, give advice to bounce back from that for one of two reasons. One, typically when I'm out on the gutter, like when I'm up the twig, I don't throw it in the gutter twice in a row, just because we're good enough. And second of all, I don't create that steep of an angle like he does, so I don't ever fade my ball that far away from the pocket. I'd be scared to. So that's just. It's an oops. It's a big oops. You chalk it up as a big oops.
I feel like that is we talk about moving on quickly and don't worry. That's the ultimate move on. Right? And there's literally nothing else you can say or do about that, except to make sure you don't do it. That's it.
Yeah. We do have some scores after Game 4. Sean Rash leads the block for 4 games, plus 93. Tommy Jones, plus 89. Zach Wilkins, plus 79. EJ, plus 71. And Francois, plus 70. Francois doing nothing to damage his lead on the field. He is still our leader after 20 games on this squad and the leader of the tournament, plus 449. Rash is at 285. TJ, 158. Osku, 158. Simonson, 158. Ronnie Russell, 148. Michael Coffey, 110. Duke, 107. Verity, 98. Brad Miller, 97. That's your top 10. Patrick Girard, 90 over. A.J. Johnson is at 71, so he has climbed back. Nice fight back from him. Tom Smallwood, 68. Machuga, 45. Anderson, 35. Ryan Winters, 23. E.J. Tackett, 21. Andres Gomez, 16. And Nick Pate, the final player that is plus on this squad overall at plus 9. Take a look at the actual cut. The hard number. Still a two-way tie on the hard number between O'Grady and Perez at plus 57. And the theoretical projected cut is still Matt O'Grady and Gene Perez with a 202.38 average.
Talked about that potential, of course, of a roll-off. All right, Connor Pickford. 3 in a row, and his fans up and at him. At the Women's Open, I think Sydney Brumman had bowled the morning squad, I want to say. And remember, I feel like she threw, I don't know, a few in the 10th frame to get to that number. And it just felt like a number that would be around. It could be the cut. It could be just inside. It could be just out. It was that type of number. And as we got down toward the end of the night, it was like, okay, well, I'm guessing Sid is probably paying attention a little bit. because she probably knows that type of number is in, near, around the cuts. And at that point we were wondering, well, was she going to maybe come up to the bowl earlier to kind of be prepared already in case there was a tie? There is a certain amount of minutes in regards to give the player or players time to get to the bowling center.
30.
If they are not already in attendance, I believe that is the number. But there are some numbers after we've been watching this and talking about it all day.
First strike on that lane this game. 2 opens on that lane for Verity. Nice double. Lift the spirits, put a smile on your face, and try and make it 3 in a row when you go over to your good lane. Which can actually be a little more pressure than stepping up on the lane you haven't struck on, because now that you have and you've doubled, you walk over to your good lane and it's not even in the back of your mind, it's in the front of your mind. Okay, haven't missed this lane yet today, or this game. I can't miss it now. I got to get this 3-bagger.
Yeah, I feel we can't get trapped into that because you're expected to strike at that point.
Good shot by Connor Pickford.
They made a ball change. That looked to be a solid choice. On strike in the 7th. Oscar coming over to watch Francois. Let's see, is Oscar coming to this pair next?
Coming up on game 6. Game 6 we're going to have... He is not.
Okay.
Oh. We'll make that 369 a little tougher. I would almost want to ask Osku how good his backup ball game is and try and hook into that.
Yeah, he did get a break. That's choppable already, and now you've put a little additional space between the 3 and the 6. That would be even worse if it was 3, 6, 9, 10, or adding the 10 with that. I mean, you can take the 6 right off, or you can take the 3, 9 right off.
I can't say I'm watching this.
I was hoping he wasn't listening to me. But those were the two outcomes that certainly could have happened based on that. Ball change for Nick Pate. Jay Tackett, 50, 80, 10. He can get to 240.
He's plus 21 right now, overall.
EJ Tackett?
Yes.
Oh, it's going down then.
He is plus 71 today.
He's going to be, well, we talked to Brett. He said he did not expect anything basically less than what we're talking about right now with EJ. He thought EJ will be just fine today. And without a doubt, giving it a run. Connor Pickford owned this game. Seven in a row. He's in the 250s. See if Connor will. It looks like he's got the same ball in his hand.
Like it? Hard to watch. I like it.
In place 4, 256.
Connor at this point would need about 770 the last three. But, I mean, 3 more 256s and we'll do the math. That's right there at 768.
Lavoie now, 10 frame. Oh, man. And what a view to see 4 through the middle. I mean, you watch that ball just pierce the head pin. Good ball change again for Pate. Not again as in he made a second ball change, but reiterating the point that the ball change he did make was a good one. No count lost. See if Francois will give this one a run. .175 for Lavoie. Final shot for Nick Pate. He's in the 2-0s. Might be Tom Smallwood making a run. He's got 6 in a row heading into the 10th frame, if that is indeed him on .31.
That is indeed 265 out there for Tom Smallwood.
Talked about E.J. Tackett, right? Tackett still with 240 out there. We'll watch Ronnie Russell working on the 3-bagger. Ooh. Talk about recovery.
EJ, get one. All right.
And while we're there, there's Sean Rash, and now he is in the 230s this game. Split in the 8th, or in the 9th, I beg your pardon, for Darren Tang, and he can only now get to 225. Back to Russell, looking for another. That one just peeled. And Ronnie Russell's going to save 190 after the double gutter in the 4th frame.
That is one heck of a save right there.
Folks, we did, let me get you one update. Well, a couple. Andrew Anderson shot 215. That gets him to plus 50. So Double A now has put himself in the number hunt. And then Game 7. Game 7, we will go forth with our television giveaway. Again, Game 7. Oh, big shot. All school only can get to 172. And Verity Crawley has just thrown shots. Continues to impress here. Saw the quick swing of the ball, get that swing loose. Woo! I can hear some of the spectators behind us commenting.
Coming up next on 23 and 24, a couple of players who are in the hunt. At least they were going into that game. I'm not sure where they're at after that game, but two guys that are plus. Michael Coffey and Ryan Winters, joined by Chris Loschetter and Walter Ray Williams Jr. Following Verity's shot here in the fill on 25 and 26, we will have Stu Williams, Anthony Simonson, and Cody Shoemaker. Good nine.
Good nine. Good nine.
Martin Larson, who's -4, has a chance for 279 over on 27 and 28. Make that 29 and 30.
One for Crawley. Verity just continues and continues here. Push toward and really in front of the number as we welcome in a new cast of characters here. Three games left overall in qualifying. Still much to be determined.
After game number 5, Ryan Winters is +2 overall. Michael Coffey is now +86 overall. Both players lost pins last game. Both shot minus. Walter Ray is 85. 85 under coming into this game. And Loschetter is -33 coming into this game. Everybody has now entered game 6, so as soon as we have a score update from the office, which they've been pretty fast about. We will bring it to you. We keep referencing the cut to give you all an idea of what the numbers look like up top.
I don't know how that second one in the 10th goes.
LeBlanc plus 449. Bill O'Neill in the clubhouse at 354. Maldonado, clubhouse 296. Svensson, clubhouse 288. Sean Rash on the lanes 285. Belmo 253. Tom Doherty 240. Chris Barnes 224, all in the clubhouse. Samard and Biondo 182, 179. Finished there. That's your top 10. Your top 15, Don Barrett, 178, Prather, 174, Sherman, 173, Larson, Thomas Larson, 169, Chris Vine, 163, all finished. And your top 20, Tommy Jones, 158, Osku, 158, Simonson, 158. This is all after game 4. This is after game 4. Currently on the lanes, a three-way tie between those three for 16th. Ostrander finished at 153, and after 4, Ronnie Russell, 148. And that's your top 20.
Good night, Chris. Appreciate you tuning in as always. Game 6 of 8. Again, the U.S. Open victory lanes in Mooresville, 23, 24, 25, 26. 5 additional channels to choose from, to watch, and hopefully you've been following your favorite players. Ryan Winter still playing them pretty straight. A straight throw, pretty hard here. To our right, Anthony Simonson, Cody Shoemaker, and Stu Williams. Players are starting to really kind of open up the lane. Well, Rob talked about the middle squad or the afternoon squad today was, in his opinion, the best at playing in a similar area to start and really developing a defined spot. And players are starting to move left and feed it. Walter Ray looking for an early three-bagger. Loft game, push. Good break, that one started early. Lap 10 there for Simonson. Be a good cross for Michael Coffey. Excellent shot, but for Coffey, who obviously the youngest player within this group with Chris and Walter, but just to be able to watch how they operate as well. And obviously he's trying to do his own thing. He's trying to advance to tomorrow's 36. They're trying to do, all three trying to do the same thing. But if you were in that situation and you bowled this event, and so maybe you have been in that situation where you were crossing with players like a Walter Ray, as experienced, of course, and Hall of Famer. Have you been in that?
Crossed with Pete in Columbus all 3 days. Wait, no, our crosses were different in Columbus. We had different crosses each day. I had Walter Ray on day 1 and then Pete on day 3. But yes, I have had the opportunity.
How was it? Keeping in mind that obviously you're bowling. You're competing, and that is first.
Well, and at a, thanks to our bowling in college and the success we had, we were surrounded by great players. We had the opportunity to kind of knock elbows with some of the superstars at the time. So while I might not have been around those two, really Walter Ray before, Pete being right there in St. Anne, Missouri, we saw him up at St. Charles from time to time. So that wasn't too much of a big deal. I didn't know him personally, but it was Pete. It wasn't that big a deal. Walter Ray, it was a little different. But having been exposed to a lot of the great players of that time period, the mid to late 2000s, it really wasn't that big a deal. But you certainly can watch them and watch their demeanor, and you can still appreciate their shot making without being in awe of it in the middle of competition.
Sure. I'm curious, any potential, and I'll have to ask Michael this later on, any potential conversations kind of post-round. Well, with both being from Florida, I'd imagine their paths have probably crossed from time to time at some point prior to.
I did watch Pete in Columbus when we were crossing. Absolutely undressed this guy about lane courtesy. Pete was having a rough day, and to his credit, what this guy was doing was frustrating us all. We'd get set up, and he would put his left foot like on the stripping between the settee area, between the pit area and the approach. So he was like kind of in your peripheral. We all know Pete. He kind of takes that small step back. Well, he stepped off once, stepped off twice, and I don't remember the exact conversation. The words I know cannot be repeated on air, but the guy, it had been hinted to him to quit doing that, and finally Pete told him to quit doing that. So in Pete's defense, he kind of told the guy a couple times, look, stop doing that, But that was kind of fun to watch because we all know how fiery Pete can get.
Good poll question in the chat, or excuse me, on Bowl TV. It asks Walter Ray had won this event twice. Which years did he win? And 56% of you got that correct. I would include Ryan Winters in that small discussion I was just talking about, but Michael is a member and right now chasing this tour. Great shot there from Ryan Winters. Ryan, the senior at Wisconsin Whitewater. I'd imagine you spend a week at the U.S. Open, and ought to sharpen you up a little bit when you get back to your collegiate season. All right, Walter Ray looking for a double here. Double, 9 spare, strike. May have made a move left.
Good shot. Come on.
Oh.
All right, we do have some numbers after Game 5 for the block. Your block leader on this squad, Sean Rash, plus 131. Tommy Jones, 116. EJ, 90. Suscriba, Andrew Suscriba, plus 71. And Patrick Girard, plus 61. For the squad overall, 21 games down, 3 to go. Francois, 424. Sean Rash, 323. TJ, 185. Simonson, 148. Ronnie Russell, 141. Osku, 130. Smalls, Thomas Smallwood, 109. Girard, 104. Verity, 99. Duke, 96. Brad Miller, 92. Michael Coffey, 86. AJ Johnson, 73. Martin Larson in 14th at 52. Anderson, 50. EJ, 40. Machuga, 33. Pelusic, 25. Nick Pate, 12. And Ryan Winters, your final player plus in 20th on the squad at plus 2. Move forward the hard cut right now. Still a tie between O'Grady and Gene Perez. The projected cut when sorted by average has come down. I'm sorry, it's gone up. It is now 202.48, which is currently Martin Larson at plus 52. So that cut projected up the last 3 games would be around plus 61, plus 60. So the cut has went up. The projected cut has went up 1/10 of a pin. And that's just enough to knock the tie between OG and Perez.
You know, the U.S. Open is about versatility, testing you. And we've watched Anthony Simonson play every part of the lane this week in 3 days. Really. He's played the gutter. He's lofted the left gutter. He's been in between. Stu for a double. Bang. See if we can get a decent look at Walter here. Saw the loft, walks it out, and week 10. Of course, still deadly accurate. Right now, just trying to get his bowling ball to hit and go. Not hard left, but just enough to get the swisher 10. That or high flush. Even high flush to where the 7-pin might be the last to go. Thanks, Pamela, in the chat. Good info, and with the Florida connection, I certainly thought that was possible. He did win Teen Masters, Joe. He was the South Region Rookie of the Year as well. Speaking of Michael Coffey last year. And he also was the Legion Rookie of the Year. And then he also won, or sorry, was an All-American at Lindenwood. And he won Player of the Year. On the next logical step. Is a title at some point. What should be, and we hope to be, a long career. Only thing I can say about what Ryan Winters is attempting to do, if he's perfect with it, he's probably going to strike. Anything less than perfection, it looks like right now, and it could be iffy.
That is that high risk, high reward you talk about. I mean, right now Winters is +2. So the last 3 games, he's got to find a way to get to, you think, around 670. And you know what? On a house shot, you can play as safe as the day is long. Shoot 700. These players can play safe and shoot 7 bills, no problem. On this stuff, you've got to be aggressive if you want to get to 670.
That shot in the ninth from Cody into the run at 4.
No love for Stu Williams on that shot.
The shot from Walter. Double 9 spare, strike, 9 spare, 9 spare, strike. His 3 9 spares have all been 10 pins. Had a really good look at it from what, again, what Ryan is doing. If he misses left, that's where there's no hold, no room, no anything. It's like he's in the flattest part of the pattern. As soon as he misses left, it's going left. Simo up in the 9th frame now, lane 25. That was just right of 6th arrow. Like about 29 at the arrows. Michael with a few inches to spare before he hits the ball return rack. Oh.
Oh. Whew, great shot by Stu Williams.
Wow. Stu throws it so good, man. There's another one of those games. That is a U.S. Open game. Strike, split 6-3, double 7-10. Oh, I don't know if that was the 9th frame.
9th frame was the 7-10.
9th frame. So I didn't see the split, but in the 5th frame, 8-1. 3-bagger, 7-10, strike. He can only shoot 200.
Gotta love them 9-strike 200s, baby.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah, shake it off, Mike.
Don't forget, coming up Game 7, not too far away. This is Game 6 right here. The grand prize for the day. A 50-inch television.
5-0. 5.
You know what? That's the hit. He's not going to carry the half pocket 10s, but with that angle, he'll carry the trip 4s. Oh my gosh. Stu Williams. Just
It's got to be the featured pairs.
something about these pairs.
That is. Wow. And that is the U.S. Open. Nice game for Cody Shoemaker. 217. I think winners may have made a small, large enough move, I should say, where if he's going to miss, he's going to be right. Oh, hook.
That's going to hook. Oh, it didn't. I guess I overestimated that ball a little bit. Yeah, going back to what you were saying about Ryan, that is the ideal, the optimum situation on a sports shot, to have one direction you know you can miss and one direction you know you can't. All right, out safe. Worth noting, over to our left, he's been grinding all night, but Brad Miller is finally in a bad position. He's going to shoot 170 this game and drop down to plus 62. He's been in the low 100s and the 90s all night. And he finally caught one pair, 2 splits, no doubles. Awaiting his fill shot. Best he can get to is 170.
Oh, Michael Coffey.
Look at that bicep.
It's okay. He didn't know. We're very risk reward here too in the booth
Yes, we are.
At the U.S. Open. It was a good run of no one in the way. Oh, kick it. Go. Where was Walter at?
Minus 85 coming into this game.
Overall.
Total. Everything.
Oh, good look. Bang.
Boom. So last game, Martin Larson had a chance to go 279. He ended up in the 250s to get to plus 52, down on 37 and 38. Larson can go 79 again this game as he enters the 10th, and Verity can go 76.
Verity looking to just go ahead and punch a ticket.
Do it, girl. Oh, he got around that one. That was either going to be a strike or a 4-9, but it wasn't going to be a flat 10.
Ray. Oh! $47. $47 times right there, man. Don't have a good look at Ryan Winters, but oh my goodness. Man, what he did this game was pretty impressive. No one's that we've seen in a few games in our general vicinity, especially on these pairs, has been close to where he is. Not since like game 2 or 3. I don't know what his A game is. So if he chose to say, I'm going to choose my A game and make some adjustments around that, as opposed to maybe, his B or C game and trying to, get left or have to loft it. Wasn't quite sure the first couple games simply because of he just didn't know if there was going to be any hold at all for him, and he had to throw it hard. But I think he did make some subtle move to where if he was going to miss, it was going to be right.
Mm-hmm.
And there was still enough hook there. They might give himself a bit of a break in the form of hopefully a week 10 or something like that.
I didn't know if we'd see it because of the length of the pattern. I don't know if Walter Ray's got the ball speed two-handed on for the 37-footer, but he had to see it. He had to try. That was a ball change, basically.
It was, and it's 2 games left, so I think he got obviously a really good idea of what Game 6 brought. It could be more of the same, or it could be even worse. He might have to move further left, and if he's got to do that, then it could be two-handed time. Nice game for Winters. All right, now to Loesch. Double puts him in the 220s with good count. So I kick the 10.
Verity, 9 spare strike in the 10th for 255. And looks like Martin Larson got the first one at least. So he's in the 260s, and he was at 52 going in. So Larson's going to be north of 100. If he gets the second one, he'll be over 110. .254 for Verity. And Larson,
sorry folks,
did not strike the second one, so he's going to be in the 260s.
194. Bookend 6-3 splits for Michael Coffey, and obviously certainly upset with himself there. 6 on the field for Bowshetter, 218. 2 games left, though, for Mike, so you keep the emotions in check.
Nick Pate plus 12 overall going into this game, just shot 234. So climbing closer to that projected number. All right, coming up, game number 7 on our featured pairs. First over here, as you see, on 25 and 26. Tom Smallwood, Justin Wyman, Charles Bostic, Andres Gomez on 23 and 24. Tim Pfeiffer, Martin Larson, Andrew DeJanes, and Norm Duke. So now we'll get a chance to see what Martin Larson is doing to go back-to-back 250, 260.
Make sure you look good, man.
Well, it's game 7. And if you know what happens in game 7, a television will be giving away this game.
Larson basically making up all of the pins that he gave up in the middle of this block. Starts the day 233, then 158, 161, 186. He has since went back-to-back 256, 268. So really looking forward to seeing what he is doing to put those big numbers up. We haven't, as far in our vicinity, haven't seen anybody that can quite, that has had a look, you know, for an extended, for 2 straight games like that. Verity's going to be on 19 and 20. For anyone who wants to, if you haven't already, open up a couple tabs. Justin, to answer your question, as far as who you're paired with, that is random. And then they have a different skipping procedure for each round. For instance, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but in round 1, you skip 1 pair after game 1, 2 pair after game 2, 3 pair after game 3. Round 2, you skip 2 pair after game 1 instead of, you know, the previous one. And so it's a different skipping procedure each round. And the big thing is to make sure that the players don't hit the same pair twice in one set. Joe, that's dedication right there. Absolute dedication. All right, everyone is into game number 7 of the block, game number 23 of the tournament for this group. Well, if Martin Larson's going to continue the tear he's been on the last 2 games, he needs to throw basically 10 of the next 11. DeJane's giving it a run. Oh. Couldn't get the 6 to ricochet off the 9. Just takes 2 on the Greek Church. Great shot by Timmy Pfeiffer right there. Kind of bowled himself, I don't want to say bowled himself out of it, but after, let's see what game they were here. They were over here on game 4. He was minus 76 at the time, so the climb would have started then. But shot 160, 165, and put himself way behind the 8 ball. Needed a bunch the last 4. Not to say that it wasn't possible. It's obviously out there. It's just not out there for very many people. Martin Larson, 56-68 the last 2. But first 2 shots here on 23 and 24. Unable to get to the pocket. Cuts the 4 a little thin on the 4-7, but gets it. Left a 3-10 in the first frame. And ball didn't really have a chance going to the 3. It sailed right by and picked off the 10 on the baby split. Good shot. Terrible break for Tom Smallwood over on 25. Now Norm Duke is lining up, standing on about 35. So he's left. What's Norm Duke doing? Lofts over 20, well, lofts it. Gets it out of the lane, crosses 25, 10 back. He has abandoned the outside part of the lane. We are still waiting to see some scores after game number 6, so you have not missed anything. And confirmation, after frame 5 on 23 and 24, we will be giving away that 50-inch TV, the grand prize for today. We've already given away 2 50-inch TVs as well as 6 sets of Apple AirPods throughout the first 3 days of qualifying. This will be the 3rd and final TV. And Larson again comes in heavy on the head pin, leaves the 310. Last game they were on 37 and 38 and made not only the jump to the other end of the house, but skipped 4 pairs to get to 23 and 24. We've talked to people about how the 2 ends of the house have played different from what 2 ends of the lanes we are using, 15 through 38, have played different. A lot of high scores have come from about 27 on, while 15 through 26, we haven't quite seen the same opportunity for high scores. Paul, it's pretty simple. You will see a prompt on the screen that will say submit entry. It'll have a countdown, so you'll have an X amount of time to enter, and you click submit entry, and that's it. Larson got to be thinking to himself, he's been bamboozled. This is not the same pattern he had down on the other end of the house, which it is. But this pair has thrown quite a few players through a loop. And that will take even the hottest player in the building, who was Martin Larson for the last 2 games, and cool them off significantly. All right, update after 22 games. For the block, Sean Rash, 129, TJ, 124, Verity, 104, Zach Wilkins, 85, Nick Pate, 81. Overall, plus minus, Francois, 445, Rash, 321, TJ, 193, Simonson, 181, Ronnie Russell, 166, Osku, 155, Verity, 153, Smallwood, 136, Duke, 122, Larson is at 120, A.J. Johnson at 117. Then is a 37-pin drop. Gerard is at 80, Coffey 80, Brad Miller 62, Andrew Anderson up to 57. Nick Pate up to 46. Joe Pelusic up to 36. Winters 25. Machuga 22. EJ has dropped to plus 16. And Richie Teese, the 21st and final player on the squad that is plus at plus 2. The cut number with 2 games to go, the actual cut number right now, Brad Miller plus 62 is 36th position. The projected cut, when you sort by average and look down the list, is a 202.59 average, which is currently Andrew Anderson.
That on my putty.
To give you an idea what that does, Anderson on plus minus right now is tied with O'Grady and Perez and 5 behind Troop. So as the plus minus stands, he is out. But based on his average, if he continues shooting what he's shooting, projected, he will be the cut. To give you an idea, he was at he would finish at 202.59 is where he's at right now. First out would be Kyle Troop at 202.58. Now the numbers would round differently, and they, but we're talking single pins here. We're talking 1-2 pins is going to be the difference between being in cut and being out of cut, between cashing and between going home empty-handed, between having a chance at winning a U.S. Open and having to wait until next year to achieve that dream. That's what we're talking about.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Again, day 3, B squad, second to last game of qualifying. And as Daniel just read, it's getting close. We're getting closer to a television winner as well. Don't forget to follow us, folks, on social media. Sport of Bowling USBC. It's on a video there this week, as well as links to feature stories. In fact, just posted on the USBC Instagram. Be sure to swipe up for the latest feature regarding Tommy Jones. He'll be elected to the PBA Hall of Fame, but not done yet. Great piece written by Matt Cannizzaro. We'll be linking to all of Matt's features this week, so if you missed anything, be on the lookout for the next couple days. We'll essentially be recapping what's taken place so far, feature style, on Instagram, and of course on Twitter at USBC. Daniel was talking about Martin Larson and coming to this pair and being hoodwinked, bamboozled. I feel him on that. A big double. Trying to get things popping. Going with a 3-bagger. Tim clean through 4. Someone's got the front 6. Great shot there, Timmy. A.J. Johnson with the front 6. On 29 and 30. The Waz. Yes, you do, Waz. You want a TV. Verity Crawley wants to make a lot of great things happen. Forget the cashier's route. And first things first, but she's trying to set herself up, excuse me, for a match play run. Okay, the cannon. The extremely large cannon filled with a 50-inch screen television. It is underway. That's right. Good luck, everybody. This is like the real deal. Everyone saying good luck to each other. That's when you know that there's really something like major on the line. Like, no disrespect to Apple AirPods, because I really want some of those. But I didn't see one person say good luck when we were giving away AirPods.
Nah, they want that TV, bro. So just to, how much time we got left on it? 30 seconds left to submit. Just to give you a look at players, they're kind of around that number. Andrew Anderson is at 57 over, and he can punch out this game from the 9th frame on for 201. Brad Miller is at 62 over. He can punch out from the 9th frame on for 221. Coffee is at 80 over. He's shooting a split right now in the 7th. So he can punch out, looks like, for about, looks like 210. Gerard is also 80 over. He's on a 4-bagger right next door on 27 and 28. He can get to 240.
Congratulations to Gary Hallstrom. You, my friend, have won yourself a 50-inch television. The marketing squad will be contacting you at the conclusion of the event. And no, I wouldn't be upset with you if you, as soon as the TV show was over, you sent us a note and said, hey, I haven't heard anything.
A.J. Johnson is plus 117, and he's on the front 8 over on 29 and 30.
Yes, he is.
Machuga is plus 22. He has a max possibility of 290 going into the 9th frame over on 31 and 32.
Wait, Mike Machuga, say that again?
Mike Machuga is plus 22, and through 8 frames, he can shoot 290.
Nice shot, Mr. Duke. Front 9 for A.J. Johnson. What pair will Verity end on?
27.
Okay. Another great shot there for Timmy P. You talk about setting up shop. That one set up shop. Stopped in the 1-3. We do have that pair. Looks like someone bumped that table over there. Speaking of 27 through 30. All right, let's go over to A.J. Johnson. Front 9. Oh. His day, folks, remember, began with 127. That was how A.J. Johnson's block began this evening, with 127. And has worked and worked and worked. And right now he has worked his way into the number. Talk about patience. Okay, Adam. Shot. Looking for the third of the event. Aaron Smith on a chair for Instagram. Doing it for the gram. You see him right on your screen. The crowd behind. Phones out. It's on the lane for perfection. Got it right. 2-8. 298 for AJ. Duke. Wow.
Man. You have to know that thing is going to stop going right when you throw it that hard and that direct to the right. Man. Machuga just went from 22 over to 90 over. 268.
I think this one's going to go up.
Yeah, I would say so.
Game 7, boy. I guess the rest of the field knew that we were giving away a TV that game.
Why I say that?
Well, because all the stakes were raised.
Oh,
AJ
yeah, you
in the
ain't
front
kidding.
11 shot 298. Machuga shoots 268.
Paid 212. 258. Well, the only bowler that round from the people around the cut that I was watching that shot anything that put them in the cut that wasn't in there was Machuga. AJ was already at 117. Now the possibility right here, depending on what Martin Larson does, of course that could, he's already, gets a 212. So 9 spare strike puts him 191. He's only going to lose 9. He's at 120. He'd still be okay. Gerard was at 80, went to 98. Coffey could drop out. He's at 80 over right now. And on a strike in the 9th, he can punch out for 87. So a miss here on the first shot would drop him into the 40s. At best, he's going to be at 67. Looks like he got the half 7 out.
So Hunter Kempton kind of get down low. We've talked about that. Players have done that a lot. They get to a new pair, trying to scope out ball tracks.
Coffey did not get the second strike in the 10th, left a 3-pin. So best he can do is 176. That would drop him to 56 over.
EJ heading to 23 and 24.
Yes, he is.
Coming up next.
It's almost like a promo type shoot.
It's our roll, fam. Plus he's in the way.
Yeah, he is. Oh, clutch shot by Martin Larson. Barring a disastrous count in the 11th, that shot assures him of staying even this game after starting 310, chopped it, 3-6 made it, 310 chopped it, and having no feel for the pair. Throws 6 of the next 7 to stay even.
Another example, and we've seen many, of a professional.
Yeah.
Didn't panic. Came back, handled his business. If he needed to chat, talk with his rep, to go over some things. But you still got to execute. Oh!
This is the last pair to finish up game number 7, so as soon as possible, we will get you all some updates on the numbers. It's coming down to it, though.
right, folks, here we go. Final game. And all the hours and the moments and everything that went on this week during qualifying has come down to this game for many people. Not just those bowling, but those who have already competed today. Their potential advancement, obviously, in this tournament is on the line, too. This round brought to you by certainly the PBA for all the up-to-date details. The upcoming PBA Tour season, we had a few players on. We talked to Wesley Lowe about what he's looking forward to, and we'll be driving and flying and traveling to just about every PBA event starting the new season in 2020. Again, breaking news, schedule, ticket info, and more, especially scoring. Head over to PBA.com to follow the action live on the PBA network. And by the lab. While you're watching Bowl TV, be sure to stop by the lab and check out Team USA head coach Rod Ross as he breaks down some of the top players in the world in his series called The Video Room. Team USA players galore for Rod to talk about, compare current versions to their previous versions. Players like E.J. Tackett, for example, he breaks them down in his series, again, entitled The Video Room. You can only watch that in the lab on Bowl TV. Nice shot. You actually saw the loft there by Darren Tang. Tackett with a 310. Talked about scores. This was the last pair to finish up. We should have those momentarily.
Nick Pate in front of us, one of the guys we're watching, he is at 58. And that number is, I mean, that's hovering. That's right there. Right there on the number. All right, we have a score update. And right now, Nick Pate is the number at 58.
Here we go. That's it? That's all you got?
I want to get that one out there.
I mean, you really hyped that thing up.
Well, I mean, right now it's all about the cut.
No,
it's Nick Pate is the cut. He's at 58.
I'm just being that guy.
I know. Still bowling on this tonight that are close. Larson 131. Smallwood is in 28th at 111. Gerard is in 31st at 98. Machuga is in 33rd at 90 over. Then you've got MJR, Maria Jose Rodriguez, at 71. She's done. Troop in 35th at 62. He's done. Pate at 58. He is the number right now. Behind him, OG and Perez are tied at 57 over. Coffee is at 55 over. Michael Tang, Dunn is at 52 over. Brad Miller is at 51. And then you got to go down to Andrew Anderson at 35 and Ryan Winters at 20.
Nick Pate just tossed his first strike on a beautiful shot in front of the cap, or excuse me, in front of the gutter. I'm going to guess that Verity and Maria have gained a few more fans this week.
I don't think you're wrong about that. Not one bit. Verity is up to 13th at plus 184.
Get another good look here at Darren Tang.
What we're really watching right here is Nick Pate. Machuga is the closest to him that is in the cut and still bowling. Machuga's at 90, Pate at 58. Machuga down on 15 and 16. He is clean through 5. Spare, 3-bagger, and shooting a single pin here in the 6. Looks like a 10-pin. So really, as long as he stays clean and he picks that 10-pin, Machuga's going to be okay. Pate with a big double.
Looks like Brad, I believe, is clean as well. Brad Miller, that is.
Brad's at 51. 51 over, so he's going to have to find a way to catch a double. I don't think he's doubled yet. Struck there.
I don't know if Brad's a score watcher or not, but he's by all means still in it.
Coffee at 56. Excuse me, 55. Coffee at 55. 3 spares in a row and a strike on 17 and 18. Get Frankie getting pretty deep here. Lofts over, 6th arrow. Trips the 4.
Did you mention Chris Loschetter?
I have not mentioned Loesch.
Loesch, front 5 is plus 11. Yeah. We'll keep you updated.
Coffee, who's just 3 pins behind Pate in the standings. On the same pace as him, both have 3 spares to open and a double. Coffee 2 pins behind in the game, so 5 pins overall. Pate gets the tap on the 10.
I mean, they're throwing it excellent too, man. 310 for Coffee.
Low hitter now up on 17 and 18. Again, front five for him. Coffee shooting the 310. He's right behind Pate. Pate is the last man and is the cut at 58 over. O'Grady and Perez waiting in the wings at 57. It doesn't look like, however, that anyone inside the cut is going to drop out and move them up. Not as of right now. Machuga doubled the 7th and 8th. He's pretty well in. He's at 90 over. Not going to fall. Certainly not going to go minus the 40 or so he would need to go, the 30 or so, to allow O'Grady and Perez, who are tied, to jump in. Nick Pate, certainly not on pace to go minus. We know how things can go bad in a hurry, but as E mentioned, he's throwing the ball really well right now.
6. Nick Pate is just throwing. Just pure shots.
Patrick Gerard could be in trouble, however.
Aaron Tang.
Patrick Gerard, best he can do is 178 as he steps up in the 10th on lane 35. He is at 98 over. So in danger of getting passed by Nick Pate, possibly get passed by Loschetter. And left a flat 10 on his first offering. You got to convert this. If he doesn't convert this, he would fall below OG and Perez. Makes it no problem. That would have been something right there. But I don't know that it would have mattered because we got some guys, Loschetter striking. Machuga's already ahead of them. Brad Miller can get to 224. He's at plus 51, so he can get a 75.
Front 7 for Loschetter.
Quite the fortuitous carry there for Nick Pate. Big shot there in the 8th. That's pretty much going to solidify him in. Tom Smallwood, who is at plus 111. Had a couple opens. Has a double in the 7th and 8th. If he punches out, he shoots 2-0. So any combination of open or opens could see him falling below Loschetter, below Pate, possibly below Machuga. Michael Coffey can still get to 244, put himself at 99 over. Brad Miller got the second one in the 10th. He can get to 75. Getting a lot of moving parts here. Verity Crowley, nice double in the 8th and 9th. Loesch stepping up on the front 8, down on 17 and 18. Tom Small was struck in the 9th. That's 3 in a row. Pretty safe for him. Carried the swisher for Loschetter. Miller struck out for 224. That puts him at 75. Coffey 310 in the 9th. That's going to drop his max score to the 222. And he's pretty much done. Nick Pate keeps striking.
Well, I'm sure you talked about Brad, right?
Yes.
I was down there.
Yes. Coffee's done. So we got here waiting just kind of on shots to get thrown. Mike Machuga strikes for 224. That puts him at 114. So clears him safe of Loschetter. Pate at 58. If he punches, he's at 68 for the game. So 126 overall. He doesn't get the first one. He's not safe from Loschetter. Gerard is at 66. So right now Gerard's in trouble. Pate lucky to get the 7 out.
There was a possibility. I don't know if they still exist with Michael Coffey not in the running, that Maria could fall out.
It's possible. Brad Miller has already passed Maria and Troop. But Loschetter could pass Brad. Probably going to pass Brad.
Shot by the principal here, but all attention now to Chris Loschetter. Front 9. Loesch.
Oh no. Washed out. Washed out.
Well, if he makes it and strikes, that's 276. Which would be, what, 87? Plus 87?
He's at 11 right now. 45 for Pate. .62.
Still gets around Maria. Qualifying is over, of course, with this round, by the way, folks. 36 will move on to tomorrow's cashers round. They will bowl 8 additional during that round, and then after that, cut to the top 24 to begin match play. Go ahead, Danny.
Unofficial. Strictly just
course.
by what we're seeing. I've got Bowlby in 30th at 107. Pate in 31st at 103. Brandon Novak in 32nd at 99. Rhino in 33rd at 92. Brad Miller in 34th at 75. Loschetter in 35th at 73. And Maria Jose Rodriguez in 36th at 71. And I believe I've got Patrick Gerard first out at 66.
Finishing up business here on 23 and 24, the final games on the deck.
We will, of course, hang here to see if they announce the number in the building. If not, then you all will be doing just like us and refreshing your screens like a madman, waiting to see what the final number is. Here's my logic for what I've got. Gerard was at 98, fell to 66 over. Nick Pate ended up at 103. Miller passed Gerard at 75. Loschetter passed Gerard at 73.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes B squads. 8 games of qualifying, 24 games in the book. We're currently tabulating scores.
Right now I've got 2 falling out. Kyle Troop, who is 62 over, and Gerard, who fell to 66 over. And I've got Miller getting in at 75, Loesch getting in at 73.
The range will be open for practice as soon as we get the
And Maria
reconditioned. We'll open those up.
Maria hanging in.
The entire practice session will be over at 12:35 a.m. this morning. Then you'll have until 1:05 to get your sheets into the truck if you'd like to drill. Thank you.
Okay, here's what I've got. I've got Gerard falling to 66 over and falling out of the cut. Troop, who was in the clubhouse at 62 over, falling out because Miller jumped to 75 and Loesch jumped to 73. So we've got Miller and Loesch jumping, knocking out basically Troop and Gerard, with Maria Jose Rodriguez at 71 as your 36th and final advancer. That's all unofficial based on just my math. Aaron Smith, I think, said he had the same thing. Some of you in the chat think you have the same thing, so we'll wait and see.
It is definitely the waiting game, and it's going to be a little while. Hopefully not too long, and I say that because some players still are tabulating their own score sheets. So there certainly could be some minutes.
Well, that was about as exciting as we could have asked for. I mean, Chris Loschetter in the 11th hour, throwing front 9. As it turns out, he could have missed once. Didn't know that going in, but when you can only miss once to make a cut at a U.S. Open, to throw those shots when needed.
Doesn't really get much more clutch than that. I mean, and I don't know if he knew what he needed, but I'm sure he went up there thinking, I need every one. That's the only way you can guarantee something, right? If you shoot the highest possible score that you can shoot, and you're right. In the end, it was only once, but you just do what you got to do in the moment. Fortunately for him, and unofficially,
Yeah.
it's not going to hurt him.
You know,
Just
Brad
even get to that point. Sorry.
Brad Miller hadn't broken 200 since Game 4. He went 190, 170, 189, and to just put it all together on that pair and shoot double the 10th to get into the 220, shoot 224. You know, right now that double in the 10th is what keeps him in, or what puts him in, because he was out. He was in 41st going in. Well, now we get to look forward to an oil pattern that we haven't seen 1 minute of.
That is definitely correct.
So while we're waiting, maybe take a look at this thing. If you made cut, would you stay in practice tonight?
Yes. Yeah, I would. I don't know how long I'd stay, but I'd definitely throw some bowling balls. For sure, because I'm still somewhat warm and whatnot, and decently still kind of in the moment.
"40 feet, 30 units of oil. A little shape in the middle of the pattern that ends at about 31 feet. 2/3 of the oil is on the forward run, 1/3 of it is on the reverse. I'm going to have to turn to a professional to kind of read this one. What I am seeing, however, it's a lot of oil in the front part of the lane.
Quickly, let me say thank yous to everyone who watched today on Bowl TV and Flow Bowling. Hope you certainly enjoyed that. Had a couple questions. I do want to, one thing someone mentioned in the chat about Brad, and Brad went loft. He was loft in the cap on the left lane. Pocket, went Brooklyn the second shot. Pocket again. In the 10th, so it's very entertaining and interesting 10th frame, but you got to do what you got to do. Mike Flanagan asks, based on what we have seen thus far and knowing what we know, any predictions or picks on who you guys like making the show at this moment?
I really wish I could give an answer, but I haven't seen anybody on this fourth pattern. I mean, there's not only is there as many games, more games on this next pattern than we just saw combined on these first three, but for 24 of those games, there's 720 free bonus pins out there.
Yeah, it is a little difficult just because of the fourth pattern situation, because this is the pattern from here on out, the fourth one. So I think we could probably better ask or answer that question after the cashers round and perhaps even during. But I mean, if I had to just go out on a limb right now, I know Belmo struggled. I think he really wants to win this tournament. And his struggle is someone else's. I mean, it's, you know what I mean? It's, he struggled and is in 6th place. So, Jespers looks solid. Jespers looks solid throughout. In his interview today, actually, he mentioned he had been working on some things on his game and trying to become more versatile. And although he went negative on pattern number 1, some of the things that he had been working on came to play, and which helped him the last 2 days. So I'm just looking at the top of the leaderboard right now. you know, Francois, Bill, Sean Maldonado is pretty interesting right now too, because I feel like he's just been kind of doing his own thing, and you know, there's a lot of headliners, quote unquote, and there's Sean Maldonado just kind of chilling and in the top 5 at the moment.
Okay, give me one to make the show, and then a dark horse to make the show.
One to make the show, I'm going to say Bill O'Neill.
US Open advancing
Is that your pick?
Fourth round of qualifying. Your range is on for 1 hour of warm-up.
1 hour of practice on at the range, by the way.
The tournament pairs ready in approximately 25 minutes, give or take. Just as soon as they're ready, we'll turn them on for your use.
Still waiting on the number, by the way, folks. So if you want to know and you're hanging out, we appreciate it. Let's see, who else? Boy, this wouldn't even be a dark horse for me. So I've got to go real dark. I'm looking. I mean, if we go in dark horses, then I got to say Verity.
Okay.
You got to.
Dark Philly.
Who?
Philly, like female horse.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah. You're from Louisville.
The Kentucky boy, yeah. Well, you took my pick, so I'm going to go A.J. Johnson.
Okay.
Just limit the 127s to a few. Not too many more of those. I'm going to go A.J. Johnson to make the show. And dark horse. As I scroll and look, players we know that are in the cut. You can't go too far down because some of these players only got 8 games tomorrow to make up the ground that, you know, to get to that top 24. It's a guy we haven't seen. I don't think we've seen on TV in a while. He's got some. He's inside the top 24, but he's been up and down. I'm gonna go Osku.
I like it. Very good pick. Very good selection right there. If I had to go one more, as we. What we got?
It's updated. Maria 71.
There it is.
On the website. So that's it. Maria Jose Rodriguez is number 71. Loshedder is in at 73. Brad Miller in at 75. Rhino, Novak, Pate are 33, 32, 31. We'll start from the top and go down. Francois, Bill O'Neill, Sean Rash. Here we go. We've got a special guest.
Hold on, folks.
Joining us. Don't leave. Hang on. Welcome to the booth, Verity Crawley.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Very, very nice bowling this week.
Thank you. It's been pretty good.
So, bowling the U.S. Open, what did you expect coming in, knowing that you were going to be facing conditions slightly different from what we've seen on the women's tour this year?
I expected it to be very hard. I obviously didn't really have any expectations for myself in terms of what I was going to do, but I knew it was going to be difficult. I mean, I know how difficult the women's U.S. Open is in terms of what we bowled in this past year, so I was kind of expecting it to be even worse on the men's side. Plus, the lanes change and break down a lot differently when you bowl with guys, and this is my first real PBA event. I've bowled regionals, so I've kind of got a small idea of how it works, but that's obviously different guys, and there's obviously different things that happen, so yeah, I didn't really know what to expect in a way.
How did you manage to just kind of keep yourself grounded and through such a difficult event? Obviously, the experience on the U.S. Women's Open, I'm sure, helps from the mental and physical aspect of how to deal with it. But how did you keep yourself grounded this week?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that mentally throughout the PWBA tour season, I was very unhappy with how I was mentally, and that was something that I really reevaluated once the tour was over, and that's something that I've been working on since the tour ended. And I mean, obviously it's still early days for me working on my mental side of things a little bit more, but this was the first event where, I don't know, I really just tried to not think too much. I didn't look at score. I didn't worry about whether I'm going to shoot 200 or simple things like that. It was more of a focus on your execution, focus on what you can control, all of those things that you hear everyone say but are so hard to do. I really feel like that's what I did. You know, I just didn't really worry too much about anything, about score or anything like that. It was more about my execution, because I knew that if I threw good shots, then I would give myself a chance.
Only 5 of your 24 games were under 180. You went plus 11 on what people deemed at the time after it was over the toughest pattern on the day one, plus 38 yesterday, and then 134 over today. What kind of groove did you get in today? What did you see that allowed you to put the numbers up that you did?
I have no idea. I think it's just hit me that that was what I shot today. I obviously had a game plan coming into it. I used 2 balls today, which for me is never normally ever happens. Normally I tend to go through all of my equipment and I search and I get lost and I shoot 160 and then I try and bring it back, and that's just my normal bowling, so I'm kind of like surprised at what went on today. But I don't know, I just really stayed in the moment and I felt like I was very smart in my decision making, which normally I tend to have an idea in terms of what my equipment does, but I don't always see the lane clear enough, and I feel like that's because my mind is normally clouded so much with negative thoughts, and I feel like being a little bit more clear actually allowed me to see the lanes a little bit better and just make better shots because of that.
Are you practicing tonight?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What do you just early thought process just about tomorrow? I assume more of the same, but what are you going to do tomorrow?
Exact same thing, really. You know, it's different pattern, different day, but in the end all I have to do is make good shots and make the adjustments from those shots and kind of go from there. You know, whatever happens, but as long as I can walk away tomorrow being happy with the shots that I made, I can't really do anything more than that.
One thing that surprised you about what's happened so far, one thing about anything you've experienced to this point right now?
Oh, that's a tough one. About my bowling, I was very surprised at my spare shooting this week, because I've been pretty bad at that throughout the PWA Tour season, and I know that it's all down to my mental game, because I pretty much tell myself I'm going to miss a spare before I get up on the approach, which is, I would advise everyone not to do that. It's definitely not the way to go, but it's something that I really struggled with throughout the tour, and I don't know, I'm really surprised that I managed to combat that this week. I had a little blip the last couple of games today, and it was all mental. I wasn't fully focused, I wasn't there, and I didn't do my routine that I had actually created in practice a couple of weeks ago, and so yeah, I'm surprised about that, I guess.
Okay.
All right, well, before we let you go, a couple of things. Everybody in the chat, great bowling, Verity, cheering for you tomorrow. You're their pick to make top 5, make TV, so a lot of love coming from the Bowl TV chat. And then Aaron Smith put a poll up, rate your performance so far this week. Awesome, fantastic, amazing, and phenomenal. Would you choose those 4 words to rate your bowling so far this week at the U.S. Open?
I guess. I don't know. There's some strong words right there. But no, I'm very happy. Yeah.
All right, well, great bowling again.
Thank
and
you.
we'll let you get down to the practice range.
Thank you.
All right.
That is Verity Crawley, ladies and gentlemen. She is on to the cashier's round right now in a good place. 13th, right?
14th.
Before we go, let's get to the
14th.
official. Verity in 14th. And then again, the final number, the second PWBA member. There were 2 this week, and they both advanced to the cashier's round, and that is Maria Jose Rodriguez. She advances in the 36th position at plus 71. Wild and crazy, as one might expect at the U.S. Open. Excellent work this week so far, and as well as today, Daniel Farish. Also to Aaron Smith. Excellent work. I will give him a wave, but he probably can't see me. Excellent work to Jason Thomas. And if you haven't read anything this week, make sure you go to bowl.com. Matt Cannizzaro has done a great job of blessing us with multiple feature stories this week. A recap of tonight's action will be available momentarily. That'll do it for us. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time
Yes.
That's a different time. So 10 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to enjoy that time because we get to sleep. We'll see you in the morning for Daniel Farish. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We will talk to you tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. This is the 2019 U.S. Open from Mooresville, North Carolina. Victory Lanes here on Bowl TV and simulcast to Flow Bowling. We'll see you in the AM.